I should actually connect you on Parsec.
It's probably a good idea. Accept. I'm gonna allow you keyboard and mouse and gamepad if you want to. Then you let me know if you can see anything on Parsec.
I can see it.
Excellent. Can you hear it?
Yes.
And for you, it sounds fine, right?
It sounds...
Oh.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click that.
That's fine.
I'm trying to work out if it sounds like I'm hearing it twice. I think it's just the music is weird.
Do you hear the clickies twice?
No, I think it was just the music sounds a bit strange.
Okay. All right.
I think that's how it's meant to sound, though. I think it's fine.
Okay. I mean, we'll figure it out, I guess. It would be weird if you heard it twice, I think.
I forgot I was gonna hear your alerts going off as well.
Oh, yeah. That would be the Yogscast raid, because we are on the schedule, Briony. So hello, Yogscast. Good to see everyone. Also, shout-outs to everyone in my chat and everyone in Briony's chat. Welcome, welcome. It's time for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles with me and Briony. We're going to solve every case. That's the plan.
Every case.
Briony?
Yeah?
How about you tell me a little bit about your Ace Attorney history?
Oh my gosh. I played it like on my DS years ago. But I don't really remember very much of it. I remember enjoying it a lot.
Okay.
I remember liking Miles. Was that his name?
Yes, Miles Edgeworth. Everyone likes Edgeworth.
But that's about all I remember. I don't remember any specifics of the stories or anything.
That's cool. That's cool. Now, The Great Attorney is a prequel anyway. It takes place in like Victorian Japan. You know, Victorian Japan, as you call it.
Yep.
So it has nothing to do like you play like a great ancestor of Phoenix Wright. So we don't need to think or remember about anything in the other games, which is a brand new story, fresh and interesting. I really like it. It looks really fun. I personally am a massive fan of Phoenix Wright. I think people can probably figure that out, considering it's my skin in TTT. Big Phoenix Wright fan.
Literally wear his skin.
Yeah, I literally wear his skin, but not in a creepy way. Just in a very loving way. But yeah, I've played all of the games, and I have a particular fondness for the later games in the series, the ones that haven't been remade. The Nintendo DS Apollo Justice game, and the Nintendo 3DS games Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. I really enjoyed those. I really enjoyed all of the characters. I'm a big fan of Apollo as a character. I really like Athena as a character. They're both cool as hell. Yeah, and I have been waiting for them to... Because they've remade and put the first trilogy on so many platforms. I'm really waiting for them to do the second trilogy as well, because I would love to replay them all. They're really great. Then there's even another series of games, 2 of them, called Ace Attorney Investigations, where you play as Edgeworth, Miles Edgeworth. And you run around doing a lot of investigation and stuff, and you prosecute rather than defend. You know? So I want them as well.
I would like to do the Professor Layton one, just because I love Layton.
Yeah. It is, from all accounts, it's more of a Layton game than a Phoenix Wright game.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I would, if we could somehow figure out a way to play that together, I would be all for that. Despite how frustrating it would be to not be able to solve the puzzles, because I am not good at puzzles, and I refuse to use hint coins because it feels like giving up. And the annoying part is when I use a hint coin and it gives me a hint that I already knew, I get so mad.
Yeah.
It's like this problem, figuring out a problem about sunlight and stuff, and windows, and you're standing there and like, but it can't be. All right, fine, use a hint coin. consider the sun at the time of the day. And I'm like, oh, I will crack this 3DS in half. You know?
Have you considered getting good forehead?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, man. So, yeah, I just end up hoarding hint coins forever. I legit think that if there was a system where I could have infinite hint coins, I would be happy. Like, just the fact that they weren't limited, I would feel like I could use them, and I wouldn't feel... I still feel like, oh, fine, like I'd given in a little bit when I use one hint coin, but I wouldn't feel like I'm wasting something. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, are you ready? Do we have any more prep? Any more chat? Any more anything?
I'll just check with my chat. Are my levels okay? Is Rithian loud enough? Is the game... Is it all good balance, or do I need to, wriggle it around?
Was that a little hiccup?
That was a hiccup.
Same question from my chat, by the way. Is the game too loud? Am I too loud? Should I just be quiet? Should I just not talk? Would it be better if I just didn't talk? Ooh, squad. We could squad stream. Yeah.
I've sent you a squad
Oh,
invite. One thing I'll say as well.
Yeah.
Whilst I was watching your screen just then, you did have an email pop up in the bottom right. So I don't know if there's something you need to turn off there.
Okay, yeah.
I did see it, yeah.
Okay.
I was very confused as to why I was getting a Swedish email.
Do you see this as well?
At the moment it just says the host is doing something
Okay.
else right now.
I am gonna turn off notifications because this has happened a few times, and I didn't used to have it turned on. I figured it's probably best to not have it turned on. As a good thing to know. Where the hell is manage notifications? Turn off all notifications. Yeah.
The other day, because obviously I do like clip videos, so I look through all the clips at the end of the week.
Yeah.
And I very briefly had a notification pop up on the screen. 4 people clipped it. You're all naughty.
Yeah,
You're all
they do
naughty
that.
Peas.
That's how they do. That's how they do things, because they're like, ooh, what was that? I need to check. So they just clip to go back. Yeah.
I was just looking through them like, I know who's on the naughty list. Who's getting cold this year?
Yeah. I'm gonna lower the volume a little bit because the music is a little bit loud, but I think it's okay. So you can move your mouse and click and everything. I'm pretty sure I've given you the ability to do that. Yep. Straight into options. Very good. Yeah.
Exit game.
Nope, that's not the one. Yeah. Right. So structure-wise, we'll see a little bit how it goes. But I was thinking, first of all, we voice different characters. Like, you voice the girls, I voice the guys, and then also like, I voice the attorneys, and you voice the prosecutors, maybe. Because otherwise, a lot of the time it'll just be. And then I figured like I can control the. Yeah, thank you, Selena, for the subscription. I can do the controlling. I mean, we'll advise and ask each other help and so on anyway. But I can do the clicking and stuff during the trials, and you can do the clicking stuff during the investigations. Does that sound good?
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, excellent. Let's go. Then I think we're good to go. So go ahead and let's go ahead and select some adventures. New game. Here we go.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was
you moving the mouse around?
Change.
Sorry.
Was swept away by the tide.
There's been a murder.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
That's us!
Wait, what?
Episode 1. Bienvenue à la Carnival. The adventure of the great departure.
Oh.
22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendant's antechamber. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Alright, this is you.
Okay, what voice do you want? I have very limited voices. I can be a Cockney or French, and that's about it.
So I guess alternate the two, depending on who it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
What? Oh.
No, nothing. I think that's me. Because when it's no name tag, I think it's the main guy.
Okay. Save your glares, murderer!
Sorry. My name is Ruinosuke. Ruinosuke Naruhodo. Is that right? I want to get this as right as possible. Ruinosuke Naruhodo. Well, you don't pronounce the U very much, do you? So it's Ruinosuke. I think it's Ruinosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial.
Wait, but there's no name.
Oh,
is that me?
Oh, it's a new person, I think.
Oh no.
So we don't know who it is. Okay, I think this is you.
Though.
I think. Wait, who's this? Do your French voice.
I'll try and be noble.
Okay.
He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal.
Oh, he's got a sword!
So you will hold your tongue. Oh, technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave.
Oh, got him.
Right. Oh no, I should have been paying attention to how you said it.
Ruinosuke.
How did you say it?
I said Ruinosuke.
Ruinosuke.
Ruinosuke. You basically skipped the U. Yeah, close enough.
Okay.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry.
Are you apologizing to me for?
Oh, no, I suppose that was my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry.
There you go again, apologizing. Just like always.
Ah.
Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student.
Oh no, that's me. The student, not the professor.
But obviously, you didn't actually do it. Did you?
Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone.
Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high.
You mean...
I believe you. I know you're innocent. Name?
just name. Oh, wow.
Young fellow, my lad.
Fellow, my lad. Pal. Bro. Dude. Lad. Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate.
It's not that impressive. Wait, were you actually saying that out loud?
I guess I was, yeah.
The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet.
You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yeah, that's when all this started. It's flashback time. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last.
I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court.
Damn those elites. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. It's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple.
How my bandana is always blowing.
Yes, exactly. It's billowing the same way.
I want to bring about change to our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes.
The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too.
Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together.
If only it were that simple.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this.
I guess it's fancy and exciting to be in a Western restaurant over there, yeah.
And to do a murder.
Yeah, that's extra fancy.
See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner.
I like to imagine that was said in Japanese, but he said partner in English, you know?
In England, we just call it class.
It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? I have no idea if that's the voice. Oh, it was pretty good. It was pretty good.
This is a pretty good voice.
Yeah.
Professor, I didn't know you were coming.
Well, this case is personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers.
To His Excellency's chambers? Why?
He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before.
I see. I'll go at once then.
This is you.
Oh, I shall accompany you. All right then. I'll see you in the courtroom.
I'd like to manage, like, every time you have to say it, you get slightly better, and eventually, when we're about to finish the game, you'll nail it. That's it.
Can I say Pahenix?
Pahenix? Yeah, just say Pahenix. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. A lot of dots going on. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. This is like, Matt Berry's Dark Place, you know? You and he were buddies, weren't you?
I really want to touch his pom-pom.
Yeah.
Just...
It's very cute. I don't know if he would make that sound, but... As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi's been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. And and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, dreams will be shattered? Or his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants from overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? Oh, music's getting good. You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not.
Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
Here we go. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours.
Oh, what are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear?
I do! Oh, wait, no.
Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
Oh, I'm bailiff. I think you picked the right voice for Cockney. That made him extra cocky and horrible. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial.
Oh no.
My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. "22nd November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom.
The Supreme Court of Judicature? Judicature. I know
said...
that because I'm a lawyer.
I said judicature. Judicature, maybe? I don't know. It's a
no
word,
court
new word
in the
to me.
land has more power.
I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Well, they're very shaded, so we can't see their faces. Lots of military and other uniforms in there.
The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial.
Secret trial? A secret trial?
A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend.
What? But why?
It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Runosuke. It's
Close
about
enough.
to begin.
The judge! The court will now hear the trial of Runosuke Naruto. Do you want to be him, old man?
Okay. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
Excellent.
He's gonna be snivelly.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
As is the defense.
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
A normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I think we answer I do.
Yeah, I do.
Because then, Your Excellency, no wait, that's you, sorry.
Oh, Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed.
Look at our eyes. Just look at her very panicked.
He looks guilty. As I'm standing here beside the defense, you.
I didn't even click. He just did it. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Runuske Haruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be what?
What are you playing at, Runosuke? You, my friend.
Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial.
He did what?
He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose.
How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off?
Briony? That is a perfectly legitimate sentence. No, it's not that. I think you'll be great at getting me off. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you...
Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Ugh, Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself.
I like how cool and collected you stand there with a bandana floating in the wind, and I'm standing upright, frozen in fear, eyes darting around, like, oh.
Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank.
I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Oh. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean?
He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again?
Runosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank?
You know me so well.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But I can't even find that.
It's simple. Oh, is this good?
Yeah.
You can access the court record with a press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I just have to press E for the court record. All right, there's no time to lose. Ta-da!
This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. You'll find details about the victims in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back.
Kazma
That's me.
Azogi, that's you! Second year at the Imperial Yuma University, my best friend, despite being a qualified defense lawyer. Eugene Mikitoba, medical school professor, authority in forensic medicine, and Kazma's mentor. Taketsuchi Ouchi. I guess it's Ouchi. Or Ouchi. Ouchi? Yeah, whatever. The lead prosecutor of this case would appear to have little love for the changes the cultural reformation has brought about. And John H. Wilson, the victim of this case, he looks like John Watson. He was visiting professor of medicine at Yuma University from the British Empire.
So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to represent. Try it now.
Alright. Present!
Yes!
Oh wait,
Yes!
present. Yeah.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago.
Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations.
There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
Yeah, of course we've all heard about the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Who hasn't heard about the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation? I can't imagine anyone hasn't heard about the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation in years!
I have a tattoo of it.
Yeah. On my butt.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education? Have you no honor?
But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter.
In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any differences to me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner.
And then he faded away into nothingness. The British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think... Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruto. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death? Well, obviously, that was,
Runescape. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence.
By evidence? But how?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now!
Now! That
Now!
would be the post-mortem report, that'd be. A little after 2 p.m., caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. These details will almost certainly be needed later on, so let's remember that. After 2, loss of blood to the chest did not pass through.
Yes!
Yes! Why does he say yes? In the other one, it's like, take that! Or something. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry. Yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report.
In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way.
Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Oh, this is right there. Oh. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. He was shot from the front into the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is going to be the real killer. First witness, definitely the real killer. We're going to see if we can tell we're looking at him.
He's the real killer.
We'll see. This is it then.
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Hazogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
I'm working on it. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares. Yeah, what is going on with your headband? That is 100% the villain.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Should you be him or I be him? Because, well, we don't know, I guess, who's going to be talking the most.
I guess will I be talking to myself a lot if I do this?
Well, it depends,
don't-
because it depends on who's gonna do most of the interrogation. I think this guy is gonna do most of the talking right now, but obviously then Runosuke will be like pressing him and asking details. So maybe you should be him, I guess. But
I can be him.
okay.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival.
Oh boy, he's bleeding.
Oh, he's a vampire.
Yep. Are you all right? Seems to be coughing up some
It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't bother me.
Oh, okay. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago.
These restaurants. I don't even,
If you can call it that.
I don't even know what they're really called. Restaurant. Understood. Osunaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day.
There's going to be a lot of petty interjections, I can promise him that.
The lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. I guess he already voice acts the cough, so we don't need to do the voice acting for the cough.
It was when I was in the kitchen putting away the crockery and cutlery.
Yeah. The timing!
It was the Korok!
Yeah! The Korok was the murderer! Oh my god! That is so good. Thank you. Thank you, Pyre Freak Penguin. That's very kind. So why did he come to court with this service towel? I guess because he's always bleeding from the mouth.
Up the blood.
That's, yeah. Yeah! It was a mad Korok murderer. Oh, that was so good. That was amazing.
A gunshot rang out, so I hurried to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes!
Yes, I did the crime!
Why does he say yes? Why doesn't he say objection? What? Why is he saying yes? That feels weird. Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections.
You matched his voice pretty well. Objection! So yeah, that's good.
The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Do you say penalized or
worry.
penalized?
Penalized.
Yeah, me too.
You'll have your chance to fight back. He's so cool.
Yeah.
For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
Ugh.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Oh, jeez.
He's just gonna keep talking with the blood running down. All right.
Without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table?
What's the matter, Runescae?
That's just not right.
Say the thing.
Come on, don't just say yes! When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at the table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting. Still, what should I do? We don't interject here, I don't think. We've been warned, we'll get penalized.
That's quite a bit. Oh, okay, we can wait and see.
We'll get our time later to say something, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Let it build up.
Yeah. I desperately want to say something. I was told not to interject.
Runescae. If your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you?
I suppose I am. I'd never gotten into my university otherwise.
Oh. But you can't always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty.
I thought All right, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. There is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Yes! Stop saying yeah! Who are you, Daniel Bryan? Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw.
Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it.
I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to.
Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume?
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. Is that blood or is that red pen?
I would like to hope it's a red pen. Yeah. But then again, he has plenty of blood to use, so...
However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter.
Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well...
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are.
He's mega sus, Briony. He's
guilty.
mega sus. We just get him in jail right now and be done with it.
What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now.
Oh, Jesus. Something certainly seemed to have shaken him. Let's just leave it there so he can keep coughing while I take a drink.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Okay, we're good. The waitress' business card has been entered into the court record.
Is this something to do with what's on the back of it, I
Yeah,
wonder?
that's what I was thinking. That's why he didn't want to hand it over. Maybe he's not actually working for them or something.
So, the court now has had a...
A press? A what? A press? I've never seen that word used. In Sweden, that means like exactly or precisely, but I've never heard of it in English before.
No, neither have I.
Hmm.
And if you've not, then I definitely want to.
Yes, the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do,
should
Kasma?
Oh, sorry.
It's me. It just because it lived to the... Yeah. When you see the headband, you're like, oh, it's me. I'm talking. But no, it was me.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor McToba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is, in fact, innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Runosuke. Oh my gosh. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency.
Oh, he's dramatic, this man. I like it.
We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses.
The good old
Then we'll
points.
just see how just I can't say the words. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Got too excited about how powerful he was.
Yeah. Indeed. Prosecutor Auchi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be
Pressing extra doubt on that one.
but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
Oh God. What, am I getting murdered? I mean executed?
The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. So I thought we were gonna get a chance to cross-examine the waiter, which is why I didn't want to just say, wait, hold on a minute, because we'd been warned. I was like, I'll get my chance. But no, apparently, there's new witnesses. Oh, wow. Okay.
Ooh.
There's two witnesses at the same time?
Oh.
This is interesting.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Right. So who's who? Should I be Nosa? And you can
Okay.
be the old man.
Okay.
Yes, sir! The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayisa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employed as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquities from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. And conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio... Kurekuta? At your service. Curio. Does that mean
Yeah,
a
I guess
curio?
curios, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a curious dealer, yeah. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take the tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative!
Oh my God.
The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said.
So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead.
I wonder what the noise Ryunosuke was talking
Sounded
about.
like a baby.
A
I
baby?
thought I heard like a baby crying.
Yeah, actually that rings a bell. Yes.
Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable?
If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by. Yeah? That was the baby noise again. Standing by, ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic, what's that word? Acerbic afternoon.
It's aerobic, Briony. A most aerobic afternoon. Jeez.
Does aerobics too?
Damn. Yeah, acerbic is like a bitter or like dry or limited, you know.
Okay. It's very big earlobes.
Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw.
Jiggly.
I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed... What is that baby noise? I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Hey! From the back, he was shot in the chest. We have our first contradiction.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Too many words. That's precise or precious or precise. Well, so you,
English.
Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked universe. What is that baby cry? I need to find out what that is. Oh God, he's got a knife out. What are you doing? That man is crazy. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad of daylight.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone.
Is that really true, Ryunosuke?
Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Okay, that's like the biggest mistake ever, by the way. Do not just pick up guns. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, When I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down and, just as I was picking it up... Bang. Oh, music is
Well,
good.
if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was.
There is? Oh my... Yes, of course there is.
Runosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it now.
It's always funny how, like, there are always these law students, and then in the first trial, they're, like, explaining the most basic-ass concepts that they apparently
He's
know
like, so
nothing
this is
about.
a courtroom.
They're like, courtroom? Who's that guy? Judge? It's like...
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of... Yes! Stop saying
Yes, I am guilty!
Why are you saying yes? He has to stop saying yes! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands the right to cross-examination.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Hachimaki headband boy. That's you. You're the headband boy now. That's you. Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
So he says objection properly. I need to learn to say something besides yes. Like, what the hell?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
Asma's so commanding. He's so dreamy and great. And handsome. Very well. The defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
All right, this is where the battle really begins, Runosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means that what the soldier has said to be a lie. Said has to be a lie.
Well, yes, but...
It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence.
Right. Evidence.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Runosuke. Don't let them beat you.
That made no sound, and he's looking down. Why did that not make any sound? That's great. All right, then. It's all or nothing. Here we go. Cross-examination. Right. So we could go straight to the statement that he says shot him in the back. But what I like to do is press every statement, because you get more, usually fleshes out more stuff, and you might unlock a new thing to talk about. So I usually like doing that. I was suggesting a regulation B, blah, 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 blah. Press. Yes. Yeah. Okay. That literally feels wrong that he just says yes. Like, I feel like he should say, at least say hold it, you know? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask.
Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you.
All right, then. He raises his hand like he's in school. This beef steak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Headshot! Ah! Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak would be almost as highly decorated as cutlet. There was the baby again. You hear it as well, right? I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
Chat, you guys hear the baby? It's not just me and Briony, right? Like, we're not... There's a small baby cry or something. It's very weird. Right, I see. Okay, few people have said they've heard it a little bit. But not everyone. Okay. Maybe it's not a baby, but like a wee sound or something.
Sort of like, wee.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Headshot! Ah! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal, tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you release from prison, try it! Yes, sir, I will, sir. On double, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case?
Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing our story? Yeah! Yes! A wah crying sound. Negative!
It was there!
Yeah! Well, at least we've learned he's a big beef lover. See, the game, we weren't hallucinating. The game mentioned it.
Affirmative.
It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Prime Presser. We got Achievo. Do you see the achievement, or is that my screen only? Yeah.
Myself.
Blah, 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 blah. Let's press
Wait,
that as well.
this-
Oh, you can read it if you want. It's just we've seen this dialogue already
Oh,
before.
of course.
So.
This is just a repetition.
But yeah, if we want, we could repeat it again. But I was just gonna press.
Yes!
Yes.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Coburn boy.
Koban? You mean an old Edo coin?
The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei?
I guess, yeah. Hoei, I'd say.
Period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said items secreted in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent cognizant appraised of its indisputable value being present.
I think it's very much
I don't know
intention.
what I'm saying.
I am saying words I read in a book. I think the entire point is he's supposed to use language that Runesuke and others don't really get. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant.
Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Is that so?
Well, you little upstart cadet. You want to disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination! No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for.
In case the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon.
Midday luncheon.
There remain precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business.
The gentleman is... Oh no, that's you still.
The gentleman beside me, who is grappling with his braised veal at the time... Wait, he didn't say braised. Was my
No.
sole prospect.
But he did mention veal, to be fair. I see. That precise moment, firearm, observe the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. Nothing! Wait, I didn't make any sound. But that's impossible. I only...
Allow me to confirm just one point, please.
What's that, Private?
Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table.
And so what if it was?
Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun.
And there it is. Ah! And double ah! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son?
Well, it would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed.
I'm just moving the thing around because someone asked in chat. This is not good. The black uniform was to get fired on these feeling from the back the cowardly. Here's where we present.
Okay, so this is the big one.
Yeah, but I think we first press this and the final one to get every last detail out just in case. It's just good practice in these games, I find in general. Plus, it's more dialogue and sometimes it's great.
Yes!
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... Ah! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet! Who else do you see around here in a black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel! You unloaded the firearm on that man! From behind his back! And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon! You disgust me!
What is it, Runesuke?
I'm not quite sure. Something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind.
In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find any inconsistencies there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witnesses' faces and make him choke on it.
Oh, yeah, I will. All right. Final press on this guy. Hands and knees investigating. So he didn't actually see anything.
Yes!
On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please?
That's right. Spurning the arthritis, I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to?
Oh, wow.
The Koban, of course. The exquisite Hoei-era Koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal.
More people say chew, but fine. We can say masticate.
Averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
Maybe he stole it. The military guy.
The Koban vanished? Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than, though it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure.
I wonder if he found it. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred?
Indeed. Myself, I did not.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Yes, we do! We're presenting!
Listen, Runesuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them.
I understand that. The question is, how?
Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E.
E.
Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency.
An inconsistency.
When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with R, then rip the witness apart. What is with this guy?
I mean, he like holding the katana when he says it as well.
Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement.
All right, give it a try.
You can hear the witness's statements over and over again, as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Partner.
Right, it was statement 4. This one from the back.
That one, yeah.
And we're gonna present the. Here we go. To the chest.
Yes!
Yeah. Stop saying yes. Oh, I hope that changes. I love this when he's standing there. And just holding his hand up. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting this wad of papers in my mouth? He took it literally. Just shoved it in his face. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes! That's the thing now. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can this document possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
It's so frustrating.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about? It is apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant, yes or no, sir?
Yes, sir. What, sir?
The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
And as we can clearly say, this man is a human, not a weasel.
I rest my case.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why? Yes, but no. Then why not, cadet? Because. Oh, come on,
As
little
is
escape.
clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest.
Ah.
Sergeant, according to your witness statement, The culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
Oh. Ah! The baby! The baby! We found it! We weren't lying! There was a baby! Oh, What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Noza? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the He looks so happy, the baby too. He's just loving being in court. It's exciting times in the court. He's great. He's having a good time tagging along with Dad on a journey. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on a delicious La Carnival steak, sir. It's you.
Oh, what? The last testimony the court had has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Oh, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Nice. Got him. There's the baby. The baby from the back. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him! That university cadet, there! He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back!
Yes!
But I never fired the gun! All I did was pick it up off the floor! And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either?
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Pushing the baby back. She's like, get down. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you?
Indeed, the prized Hoei-era Koban. Hunting around under the table I was, in case it mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was only concerned with finding my absconded Hoei treasure.
That's when you were super one-track mind. I'm gonna find this coin. Gunshot wound murder. Yeah, still looking for the coin, though.
Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What is your position, Professor Ouchie?
worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Runosuke Naruhodo.
What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Aw, the baby. Is no one gonna ask about the... Yeah, exactly. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up to the ranks, sir. Name, Ido.
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido, attention! Your father is about to quill the enemy! Watch it, learn my foot! Oh my god! Look at the kid! His giant snot bubble! Oh my god! That's brilliant. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out!
Yes!
Wait! That's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
How very convenient. This is a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel. Oh no. Psst, it's you.
Oh, sorry. I was, yeah. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. See, she might have been there but not eaten anything. Don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that no one saw that moment. Yes, sir. No, sir. And I don't know, sir. Oh, of course! Yes, sir. No, sir. His name is Yes, sir. No, sir.
Oh.
Yes, sir. And then his son is I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir.
Oh,
Oh my god. Thank god. I was worried there weren't going to be any fun pun names, but there definitely clearly is. That's so good. It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman.
The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
But that's not true. I saw her. I swear I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that Oh, is this gonna be a pun name that I don't know?
I think it's just Ouchie.
Is it Ouchie?
Yeah, because the first prosecutor in all the other Phoenix games is Payne. His last name is always Payne. It's either like Gaspin Payne or Winston Payne. So this guy's Tatsutsuki Ouchie, I guess. Taketsuchi Ouchie.
Will have contributed to the amenity of these. Oh, the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Oh no!
It's not good. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Renuske. It's not over yet. That's probably you?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
What?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. The true culprits. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firm was charged, it's almost the same thing. Alright, it's not the same thing though.
Yes!
No. Okay, why is the objection yes if the first thing you say is no?
Yes, no.
I am so confused why the go-to objection or hold it or wait is yes. That is so weird.
Maybe you can't say objection until you're qualified.
Yeah, I need to fully learn a case before I properly get objection. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uniformed officer, that's very much a different thing than the uniformed officer, versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Okay. Did you?
Did you see? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it.
Oh, well, he got us there. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all. Don't you?
Grr.
And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so? Wait, corrector.
Yeah.
I've forgotten what that's meant to be. San?
I think it's like caretaker.
Is it like collector?
Collector, yeah. It's like
Yeah.
correcta, you know? So it's like collector, but with the whole L and R thing.
Corrector. San.
Yeah. It can't be curator because, yeah, it's a lot more collector, I think. Correcta. Well, it's not curator, though, because it's correcuta. It's not curator or curata. It's correcuta. So it's correcta, as in collector. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I did myself see.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it off the floor.
Well, obviously, as a culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I just finished drinking my hot coffee, and I was just about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. He's got a knife again!
He's just
Whereas
sorting
conversely,
it out, just sitting there knifing in court. It's not a big deal.
I failed to pick up the Coban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result.
Yes, it's just the same. I'm about to go to prison for murder, and you didn't find your coin. Just equal.
Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Visual search premises confirmed that we were the only person not present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
You have been at pains to point out time and again. I'm feeling a growing callus in my ears.
Seems gross.
And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Ah, if only there'd been more people dining there at the time. Then someone else would have noticed her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant.
I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Well, he wasn't alone, though! The mysterious lady!
Yes, Your Excellency, indeed. There was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
This is why we always press.
Withholding evidence, he
Yeah.
is.
What is that, Counsel?
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hotta Clinic. No! Not Hotta Clinic! Oh, it's not. Hottie, I think, is the one in Phoenix, right? It's the worst place. Okay, so it's a different one, hopefully. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m.
The very day of the incident.
So he would have come right back from the medical appointment.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
It absolutely does.
I wonder. What do you think, Runosuke?
Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful.
Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Ask for it to be submitted, absolutely.
Yes!
Yes, this time it's right. I love his eyes. It's so nervous. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Damn right. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Ugh. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
This trendy stuff of people wanting rights and fair treatment and justice. Ugh.
Ugh.
Modern bullshit. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. I think this is good, because I think this is going to be the key to present something.
What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you.
I wonder if that's like a saying, like it's too late for you. It's the day after the festival, you know.
Yeah. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate the accused, Corrector Sam. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes. Press.
Yes, he was not.
Yes, but no! So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone?
Ed, forgive me the position I place you in. So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting?
It is. He seems so sure there was a woman, but literally no one else has seen her. Like, fair enough if one of them was lying, but how can all three not see them?
Well, if we look at that, the layout of the thing, is there going to be some sort of obstruction where they can't see?
Can we examine more further? Well, I feel like no matter where you sit in the chairs, you'll be able to see all the other chairs.
Yeah, that's true.
The server might have missed one, like if he was looking from here or whatever. But anyone sitting at the tables, especially if it was happening here. Let's take a real close look. It's blood! It's blood!
And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well.
This needs to come up soon, I think.
Yeah. As can clearly be seen.
So he's eating alone, only one glass, etc. And he's eating a steak, which... I wonder if he's eating the same steak as the soldier. Soldier was eating veal and stuff, beef cutlets. But Wilson might have been eating something else. Oh, it's also beefsteak. Okay.
Single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. He's got like a knife and fork, but it looks as if he's just been picking it up and biting it.
Yeah, exactly. No.
The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why?
Yeah, why would all three of them? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Alright, final press, and then we gotta find something to present.
Yes!
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? Clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion? It's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruto, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see the proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Ha ha ha. Excellent work, Brunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now.
Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure.
I have a theory.
Yeah.
In the medical report, it will say that he can't eat meat or something, or that he should fast for the rest of the day. So it was the woman's meal, and he didn't eat anything. That's my theory.
I'm guessing it's something like that too, yeah.
Oh, there's no more details. Okay, but we can check this. That's nothing. Yeah. Can we flip this around? No, we can't. Well, he was sitting... to be fair, this is his chair. But why is he sitting turned around, though?
Yeah.
Maybe he was sitting at a different table. But then why is the chair here and the thing there? That wouldn't work. Like, I was thinking maybe he was... Thank you, Tattoo Pedigree. Welcome, welcome. I was thinking maybe like he was sitting here. And... the food was here, but like the chair had been pushed back or something. If that makes sense. But if that's the case, where's the other chair, you know? And why? I mean, it could have just been moved. But anyway, something like that. So, medical report. We have no detail on this. I feel like there should be more details, but yeah. Anyway.
Let me see that medical report card you got before.
All
Oh,
right,
maybe
so
we
we're gonna
can see
get
it now.
okay, here we go, yeah. Oh, you mean this?
Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
That's what we were doing! How exactly?
You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can now take a closer look at the piece in question.
Use up, left, down, right. Okay. The arrows, I guess.
Oh,
all right.
To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles.
By using WASD.
WASDA. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further.
Okay.
So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card.
Thank you, Falcon Cussy, for subscribing. Cheers, cheers. Let's take a look at this. Am I gonna like... Yeah, okay.
See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use up, down, left, right, WASD, and space to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. There we go. Alright, so we can begin by... Well, first of all, let's take a look at here. Did he not have Mr.? Surely Doctor. He didn't spend 10 years in medical school to be referred to as Mr. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries.
Aren't they all the same?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous ejection in my right arm.
Oh, just you wait, buddy.
Oh boy, there's more to come in 2021 and 2020. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life.
Most people would give that right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything.
All right. All right, there's nothing else on this side, I think. So let's flip it. Aha.
Oh.
Date, record number. Is that it? All right, let's take a look. There's also a page. It's been flipped down, so we'll check that later. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago.
It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine.
Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Wow.
Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then?
Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. They save your life, Runosuke. What's wrong with you? And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb.
You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed.
Alright, let's take a look at this then.
Oh.
Flipping it open! What do we have here? I guess we're just examining the entire thing.
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar
Oh,
with top
he
of-
got his wisdom teeth out. He can definitely not eat steak. After you cannot sit down and chew on some steak. He didn't have
anesthesia.
anything.
Yeah, he's not having steak after that.
Nope. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out?
It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief.
Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Though it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain.
Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well.
Don't eat anything.
Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until the anesthetic effects have passed.
Really?
Sounds like information worth bearing in mind.
The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record.
Strictly no
This-
steak or getting shot.
Absolutely no getting shot. Avoid steaks, particularly
Only
in
dine
fancy...
with women, not alone.
Exactly. But there's new information. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes.
So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you?
Definitely. Right, so now it's about finding which one. It would be specifically when we mentioned you are alone. Only personal present. Alone he was, dining all by himself.
Yeah.
It's probably this one?
Yeah.
Dining by himself. Yeah, but he can't have because...
Yes!
Yes.
Yes! Or rather, no! Well, I think,
What are you wittering about, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused.
Runosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it.
Thanks, Kazuma.
I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
All right. And thanks for the advice. Correct-san. This is a medical report belonging to the victim.
I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, Every time. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt the court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
but that's
Remember, Runosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one besides this pale-faced pupil who could Oh.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic!
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim has been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Correcto-san!
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Ah! It made a sound! But that cannot possibly be the case! He got a proper desk slam! Yay! Grr. Because the victim, as we now know, that just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic.
Expertly done, partner.
Here we go! Becoming a lawyer!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence.
Exactly.
You
and the
can clearly
table...
see the plate of the food on the victim's table.
And the chair is turned the opposite way. Look, it's not even facing the steak. Something's been messed here.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? Ow, how dare you! I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant's case have turned.
Nice! How the turntables.
Wouldn't you agree? You. Runosuke?
Chat just says that whenever you say Runosuke, you hear RuneScape. Yeah.
RuneScape?
RuneScape?
Wouldn't you agree?
RuneScape.
RuneScape, right.
Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak?
A whammon.
The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, That means me, doesn't it?
All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
So, turning around or turnabout or turning it on your head is a phrase used all the time in Phoenix Wright, because the original title of the series in Japan is Turnabout Lawyer. So, which is also why all the cases are usually called blah 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 turnabout, blah 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 turnabout big top, and so on. The only exception was Rise from the Ashes, which was a DS exclusive case added afterwards to the first case when it was placed to the DS rather than the Game Boy Advance. Just a little bit of trivia for people. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me! An as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes, there was! Hey, it worked! For once, the yes worked. Because I saw her.
When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage... Oh, he's going to kill them all.
He's going to kill
them all. We will
all.
lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly.
And also my katana. Asma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? Well, what do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What?
What are you talking about?
We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury.
Perjury?
And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder?
No! My baby, Aidanosa! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. You just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh.
What? What did you just say, Correcta-san?
No.
You were just following orders?
Now hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman?
Grr.
When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What?
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
That baby's going to jail. Just one simple slip of the tongue.
Oh.
Order! Order! Counsel, explain what's going on here.
It's painfully clear now you tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Oh,
He's lost
He's
his...
lost the power. Who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified.
so you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder? Are you?
You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Look at the baby's pulling his mustache.
RuneScape. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence.
Look
It's
at the baby. The baby's pulling the strings and the mustache. Oh my god. His mouth opens a bit as he gets pulled. Oh, there's such good animations.
However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it.
What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It wouldn't have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit.
So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut.
Of course, we need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here.
But how? How can we possibly?
Remember how we made progress before?
This is time when we look at the business card that he drew, because remember he was reluctant to hand it
Didn't
over.
want to hand it over
Because it probably has something written on the back.
It just
Before.
says the government on the back.
The government.
We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh yes, that's right.
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose.
I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the fence have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head.
We not get a chance to...
I think we just do that now.
Oh...
Okay. Can we flip? I mean, the only one left over... No, it wouldn't be. He's just from the school.
I mean, it must be the waiter, because the other two, they might have not... Well, I guess they did see the lady.
I mean, it's not me. It's not Ouchie. This guy just died.
Typically it's this guy. The one who's ill, because they need to... Like, they don't have anything
feel
left
like
anymore.
I want to go and check my evidence. I feel like we should have done that, but we didn't have time. We're gonna have to throw this guy's name out, and we might lose.
Oh, no, wait, I think... What if it is that guy? Because the other guy was sticking his oar in a lot, wasn't he? The older gentleman.
He was, but in a good way. And also, he's just a medical school professor. He's not really...
Oh, that's
why
true.
Why would they listen to him, you know? I think our only options here is Eugene Mikotoba or Satoru Hosonaga. And of those two, I'm more tempted for this guy, even though if he's just a waiter, who knows?
Yeah,
I
but
think
he does
maybe
look a
we
bit...
should have. I think maybe we should have checked the thing first, and we didn't. But I think there's no time now, so we're gonna have to give this guy up. Worst case scenario, we take a penalty and we go from here.
Yes. Okay.
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. In fact, give me a second now and see if we can double check the business card.
Ooh.
Yeah, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation, Imperial Police Bureau.
Well, that's unexpected.
What is?
Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga?
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point.
It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title.
His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here.
There we go. I guess they're probably going to ask us for proof right after, and now that this is updated, we can show it, I
Yeah.
guess. Is there anything else to say? No, that's the same. Let's flip it. I think this is... We've checked this already, but just in case.
Not very good at his job if he didn't even give a fake name.
Yeah,
when
he
he was being
literally
the
gave out
waiter.
his own thing.
This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think.
Definitely.
Supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moment following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there.
Well, for one thing, also, in all the pictures, there have only been 2 chairs. This guy's just drawn
Yeah.
4 of all of them. The thing is, this isn't like an existing floor plan. This is just him having drawn it. So this could all be an
Yeah.
entire line. Exactly. And that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen.
Oh yes, what of it?
No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry.
You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, RuneScape.
He's just like, I use the simple kanji or whatever. Like, that's too much. But to be fair, you can consider entrance kanji versus kitchen kanji. I think that's what they're called anyway. I am not an expert on Japanese alphabet. But yeah, these look way simpler than these, obviously. So
Yeah.
anyway, we have Police Inspector Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Poppycock.
Poppycock! We knew he was the bad guy, though, as soon as we saw him. We knew he was him.
What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Runosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
So I guess we'd get to investigate now if we hadn't done before, thankfully. Okay. Here we go!
Yes!
Yes! The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card. That's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said, the front? He got the slam back. Yes! It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession.
The waitress profession? But that's surely... Good gracious!
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
They do like their long titles, much as how the Japanese-English Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. The Anglo-Japanese friendship, yeah, the one.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, a witness is there in the stand. I keep wanting to come to the baby as well.
Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. Just
Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well... Hosonaga-san! Oh, villain music!
Inspector? Oh, no, wait, that's you.
Inspector Hosonaga!
I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
You really should have made that sketch on a different piece of paper, pal. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, flashback to it
Yeah,
as well.
flashback to what happened 5 minutes ago. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well.
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch.
Oh, his eyes!
Unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible.
I was working undercover.
Undercover?
Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of impotence?
What kind of impotence?
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
I changed the controller. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable!
As I suspected.
They shot someone in the courtroom!
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out to the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Special orders? You mean to say...
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this English woman was the killer?
I think it will be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea.
It wouldn't be in my best interest. I'm going to jail.
It sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An English man has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as a primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right. A lot of dot dot dots. And now focusing on the baby.
Someone has to know what to say.
Yeah.
One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Kazma?
University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman.
Dun, dun, dun. Wait a minute, Briony. I just realized you're an English woman. She was in the stream all along.
Gunshot came from inside the stream.
What?
I made her say bottle of water to prove it. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
You mean...
When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first.
Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jazelle?
Yeah.
Jazelle Brett?
Jazelle Brett. Jazelle Brett.
Jazelle Brett.
Immediately trying to figure out the pun, if there is any. Jazelle Brett. Just ale Brett. Just ale Brett.
I thought is it like Jezebel? Or...
Yeah. Or Brett as in Brit. Just ale Brett. Chat, any idea? Any idea?
Jailbait?
Pun name? Jailbait? No, I don't think so. I don't think they would. Just ale. Whatever.
She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Ume University's medical faculty.
Just ale Brit? Just jail a Brit? Put the Brit
Just a
in
Brit?
jail? Sherlock Holmes reference? Maybe.
Isn't
Maybe.
Giselle a gun? Is it?
Is it? Wikipedia says
know.
Giselle is a gun. Okay.
Ah.
So her name is a gun. Fair enough. Oh, there's a Sherlock Holmes reference where Watson was struck in the shoulder by a Giselle bullet. Well, he was shot, I mean, in the chest, but it looked sort of like a nearest thing. All right, there you go.
Okay.
Sometimes it's dangerous to look up names so you catch the reference, but yeah, we pretty much had our suspicions.
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. And ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. So it's him pushing the baby back down.
Yeah.
It must be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation.
Couldn't bit, yeah. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But, Your Excellency... That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Ugh.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir.
You will locate this Jazelle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency. Well, that means you're going to be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
Alright, so maybe he's not the villain. He was just involved. So
Yeah,
it won't
he
be a
was
problem?
Following orders.
Yeah.
Following orders to give orders?
He was... Oh wow, it's
He's
coffee
not
cup
lost
time.
the 12 anyway. It's fine.
That's true, it's fine. He'll die soon. So I guess he was like obstruction of justice, although also technically he is doing the justice. But obstruction of justice. But I don't think he did the killing. Probably this Jazelle Brett that did the killing.
Oh,
Oh wow.
nothing will get in my way.
He looks like he's about to die and making a brave face.
Oh, bless him.
Is he like mega sick? I mean, you know how it is in any show or movie. If they cough, they're dying. They have a mysterious illness that's gonna kill them.
There's a shot of like the handkerchief after they cough.
Oh, and it's got blood in it. He's got blood on his face,
that's
you know?
the end of the episode.
Yep. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Jazelle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency! With his head down. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued.
And this is part of being undercover. He's undercover as someone with TB.
As someone with
he
DVC,
just
yeah.
has constant, like, blood capsules in his mouth that he coughs up every now and then.
Yeah, who knows? That's just a thing they have. Please do not turn off your PC. So 2.5 hours in. So this might go a little longer if this is only the first half. But who knows how much more there is to this case. 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5.
Excellent work, Runosuke. That was superb.
Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time.
It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth.
Rough times.
It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. I have bad news for you, Runosuke. There's a lot more cases in these games.
Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Jazelle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of.
Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that?
No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun laying on the floor. Just after I bent down and picked it up.
Bang.
Bang, 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 bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen.
Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Yes, because I was shut in the pantry. No idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. I knew it.
Professor Mikotoba.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the world crisis of his own.
Almost.
If I'm the kind of man
Yeah.
who can't help his best friend avert the world crisis of his life,
Oh boy.
I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
What? What are you saying, Kazma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazma. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Us.
You keep cutting out a little bit, by the way, at the very beginning of your sentences.
Am I
Or-
talking too quiet?
Maybe?
Enunciate.
Yeah.
Good luck, Kazuma-sama. She faded away.
Yes. Do you remember the accent for this guy?
Defendant Naruhoda.
Yeah, that works.
Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
It feels like it's been 2.5 hours since I heard his voice. Almost.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them.
Kazuma,
What?
thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now.
Aww. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. And a
Coming
lover.
from you, well, you never know. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dreams of studying abroad? That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You can treat me to one of those sakuyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course.
You got it, Kazuma-san. 22nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Let us get a look at this Jazelle Brett. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruto. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. Literally, like, responsible for the downfall of our relationship between two countries. My bad, my bad.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up!
Shut up! Shut up!
Rookie boy!
Oh my god! Shut up, you dumb boy! Shut up! Oh man. I gotta say, I like your ouchie voice. It's perfectly sniveling and annoying. Shut up! I don't want to hear it! Shut up!
You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in! Oh, he just wiped all the sweat.
He wiped all the sweat away, yeah.
Move.
Yeah, above his glasses too.
Oh yeah.
That's impressive. I'm trying to do it right now, and it's kind of hard without just jamming your hand into your glasses. It's not great.
By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now, in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jazelle Brett. Did you say yes there? I didn't actually hear it. That's how quiet it is. Yeah.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Oh, damn that!
Oh, she fancy!
That though! Real fancy!
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Can we confirm this?
It's true. It's very, very true.
Right. Is that true?
No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hasanaga.
Pretty sure they didn't ask you, bro.
I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival. Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hasanaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true?
No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you are sure of.
Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Runescape, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Yeah, well, you know. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I take it I'm doing the voice.
Oh,
for
yes. I mean, I would be happy to, but yeah, I think it's better for you to do it.
Oh, I think
Oh,
you
no,
should do
she's
the voice.
speaking English. She's speaking English.
Can't understand a word. She said a bottle of what?
A
What?
bottle
A bottle of water? Wait, what? What is this?
And then I think she's mentioning a hashtag at the end. I definitely see the @ sign there. Lumion Flumiflum in mine from @Minmia. Okay.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
Are they speaking? Is that supposed to represent speaking English? It probably is. And we all know English is a really, very difficult language.
I mean, even the English barely speak it.
That's true. The lady said, oh, that's you. Sorry.
The lady says her name is Jazelle Brett. She comes from England. Oh, London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMass University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Wait, so you speak it? Yes, I agree. Haha, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Runescape.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Lovely.
Yes, I was, and I bloody shot him as well. She
Yeah.
says yes.
Yeah, she should have a strong British accent, I feel, if she ever speaks, that we can tell.
Cool, blimey, love a duck.
Well, maybe not like that, but up to you. Very posh, I think, either way. This could take some time.
So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese?
She said a lot
She
more
must
than just
be
yes. She clearly didn't bother to learn the other language. She says no.
She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say?
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Oh, she lying! She lying! That is a fancy-ass dress and hat combo, goddamn. Order! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Does she have a mask on, do you think? I mean, obviously the one she holds, but... No, it's not a mask. It's the band to keep the hat stuck, which is probably a good idea, considering how heavy that thing probably is. A frightening
It's like
and
she's
sorrowful
wearing
sight.
one of those, like, Phoenician masks, the ones on the sticks.
Yeah, well, that's the one she is. She's holding, like... Because she pulled that up previous, like the little eyes, the mask eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But then her face is so pale. I was like, is she wearing a white mask? But no, I don't think so.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. This is gonna be a mess.
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument.
That's not true.
Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right there before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Ah, but
I
it
mean,
was the
she can have a
professor's
whole
gun, though.
Arsenal in that dress.
Yeah, you might be hidden in her hat. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Wait, we missed something.
Objection!
That was the wrong button. Hold on.
Quiet, you filthy wretch.
There we go. Yeah, this is a condemning testimony indeed. That's what we missed.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard? Is that meant to be blackguard?
Well, yeah, it's blackguard basically, or blackguard. I think it's like an American versus British thing. But yeah, it's like blackguard.
Oh.
That's the
And look at
original
this-
source of it.
Ah, look at this Snow White angel.
Jesus.
I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Runosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
Okay, but at one point you said if I had something to say, I should say it. Jeez. I think his point is like, when you have something important to say, don't worry about saying the exact right words. Just say what you have to say. But also don't just blurt out things in the heat of the moment in general either. But he's so annoying.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. Oh. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today.
I'm just realizing that there's a lot of Briony characters in the scene at the moment. There's Kazuma, there's Hosonaga, there's technically Brett if she ever speaks, there's Aochi. And to be fair, I am Roinusuke and the judge, so I at least have 2. It's 2 to 3, actually. No, 2 to 4. 2 to 4.
Just means
but
you
Brett
have to be the lady if she talks.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a
What do you
firearm.
mean?
There's everywhere about her person.
She could put it literally everywhere. Yeah, see, exactly. That's the best thing in these games, when you say something, what? That's bullshit. And then immediately you see the person say, what? That's bullshit. That happens so often, it's great.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon could be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. There's a number
Inside
of
this
times I've said
one.
that about clothing.
Yeah, it's no pockets. I have nowhere to hide a gun. I don't
I
even
have
know where.
nowhere to hide a gun. Just there's no pockets on there. Those are the witness's own words on the matter.
Ah, it's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress. Hey, now.
Escape. Don't think about doing anything rash in escape.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart.
Wow.
I've heard it phrased many ways before.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Okay,
I'd
so we
arranged
arranged for
to meet
slightly
for
late
a
luncheon.
late luncheon.
All right, let's press on this.
Yes.
Yes. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right?
No. No.
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it's apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Yes, which we can prove from a medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier.
That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late.
Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
All she said was no.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
First, I was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself a beef steak. Yes. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hotta clinic, correct?
That's right.
You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering?
Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment.
So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett?
That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left.
Why was it by his chair then?
Yeah, 'cause
Dear
he was
me.
sitting... Yeah.
Yeah, like why was he turned around having been
Yeah,
sat
he
there?
was turned around sitting there.
Were they sharing a chair? Curious. Dear
Like,
me, what a
yeah.
harrowing experience.
Because if she was sitting there eating, she then must have gotten up and moved her chair away, and then he go over there, place his chair the wrong way around to have his back against that food? Unless... Yeah.
To have travelled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water.
Okay. I mean,
Could that be?
I don't see carbonated water. I just see wine. But he might have had something here. Oh, wrong button. Oh, but it says in the text, a bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch. So is this carbonated water? This looks like wine to me.
Yeah, it's still got the cork in it as well.
Yeah. But there is water in the glass, or something in the glass. So it was his carbonated water, so she didn't have anything to drink. She just had a steak. No drink.
Yeah.
Mysteries about this one. Just water?
Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each.
Okay, but again, there's only one glass on the table.
Yeah.
They each raise a glass of carbonated water.
What do you think, Runescape, about the witness's last statement?
It's very meaningful.
Very meaningful.
Not quite. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right.
Thanks for saving me.
The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to the official testimony.
Gladly, she said.
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one.
Which one?
The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I can really use that phrase.
I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Runescape.
Right, so now that's added. Because, yeah, that's been added now. And it's now on number 2. Yeah. Was this replaced?
Oh,
or have we only
it's
really
been
pressed
updated.
one? Maybe it's just been updated. Anyway. I guess press this to get every last a little bit, I suppose.
Yes.
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you?
Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so.
Except you're actually a detective.
And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world.
Yes, that's true.
What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion.
And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful.
Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is?
Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. That's a Phoenix Wright joke. True. Come to think of it, first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying.
We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around!
Yeah! Understood, Kazma. Alright, let's continue pressing, just in case. Because we definitely did not have an argument. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over and say hello.
Please, don't get angry with me.
No, I wasn't directing that retort to you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor.
I'm afraid your words are in vain.
Sorry?
Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway.
Wow. Okay, first of all, not like English isn't. And second of all, stand up for your country, man.
This guy. English is the future. We must all... Wait, what?
Oh my god.
Speak English?
Yeah.
Oh, speak English.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Oh my god.
This guy.
I
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman.
Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I mean, we can barely see her face. It's cheating. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be.
Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat.
Why would I do that? Go back and then come back later and shoot? Makes no sense.
That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Well, yeah.
Yeah, I still had some coffee to drink.
And the next time you got up after that?
It's when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
Then, not long after the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my
Very
eye.
untrue, very untrue.
Yes!
Yeah! Like I said, I did not shoot that gun.
And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over.
Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hands.
Well, yes, that's true, but... But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. The highly suspicious lady in the
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. Tch, what nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw.
This is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
I think that is the key. Like, once we get the whole glass thing, eventually we'll have to, like, point where she could have hidden a gun or something, I think.
There's so much room. She's got all that
it's
space.
literally everywhere. She's
the
basically
hat.
walking in with, like, cargo pants and 5 backpacks and 3 purses. And, like,
Yeah.
a bowl hat. You know, she literally could have done everything. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it?
Absolutely. I verified it personally. Oh,
You verified it?
yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not."
Okay, so you asked, is what you're saying. That's all you did? You just asked her? Yeah. Thank you, FLX Shingo.
Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No.
Okay. All right. Why on earth not?
The honourable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence.
I don't know if we have that yet. Ugh.
Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave.
So she had her presentation in English, I guess. That makes sense.
Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course, with her lies.
Yes.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
All right. I think we check the glass thing.
Okay. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him.
Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie.
Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain.
Oh, from Great Britain, you say?
In stark contrast to you, just from head to toe in dull black school uniform.
I'm just exactly the way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons.
Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room.
Yes, evil military people. Only too well. I feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in testimony isn't making me feel any better either.
The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you.
I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. All right. So it will be this one. There's a cheers over thing.
Oh, yeah.
Which point we
And
present. There is
other
only
glass.
one bottle. Present. Present. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
That is correct, the lady says.
Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Runosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Minutiae?
Minutiae.
Minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? I almost said on the table.
On the table.
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one? It's the matter of the clink. The missing
You're
clink.
Quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Well, the thing is about the thing. Is that Inspector, what did the lady say?
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try and hide the fact I'd been there at all, she's saying.
Good gracious. Sorry.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
Wouldn't we all hide a couple of things in a case like that? Just take a glass or 2 or 3 away. Standard behavior. That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief?
No, I'm going to accuse her of murder! What? No. This can't be put down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
She placed it in her hat. Her swan hat, where the gun also is. And I placed it in the thing of the thing.
It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
Exactly where she had the gun. A handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
Well-to-do?
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. How dare he?
How dare he use logical reasoning?
But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
No.
Well, I don't know really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. The deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small
literally
items
all
and
women,
guns.
yes. Small items, such as guns and glasses.
Small guns.
Yeah. Let
Stolen
me see.
Tupperware.
A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. I thought he would get a slam there, but he didn't. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? Blackguard. I've never known that that's where that came from
Yeah,
before.
it's the original
It's
from this.
really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes?
did you or did you not search Miss Jazelle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir, I did not.
As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag to show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the swan.
Do you think so, Kazma? Oh boy.
Oh no, he's
Oh,
gonna
boy.
die before he
He's
can
dying.
finish the case. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. I mean, you did try and cover up a whole
Yeah,
investigation.
exactly, yeah. I feel like your lack of faith is warranted.
As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Oh.
It's an open bag.
This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
What is that on her hand?
It's the thing that's on the dish that the steak was on, as if he's been leaning on it.
Yeah.
It's like imprinted into his wrist.
Yeah.
But he wasn't eating
But it wasn't that long, and yeah, he wasn't eating it either. Wait. Let's see.
I think it's on the...
Yeah,
it's that.
yeah. It's like he's been leaning his hand on there or something. It is his right hand too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so that would be.
Yeah. And it would be angled that way as well. Like that's the way it would be angled if you're sitting there leaning your right hand on there.
Strange.
Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside.
That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Didn't ask why she was nicking the glass, though.
Nope, that was just normal.
Didn't worry about
Easy peasy, yep.
As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruto-san.
Ah!
Oh no.
He died.
That's it. He's
The rest
straight
of the
up.
game is Kazuma now. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once.
Certainly, Your Excellency.
It's 'cause-
Photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record.
Yeah, it's... I wonder if there's something more with the handbag, or if at this point we're changing our investigation onto that imprint. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn this thing around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start.
Oh no, he slumped too.
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Runosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? You mean this is it?
Ha ha ha. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat.
Oh,
Wow.
damn.
You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers.
Oh.
Kazuma,
What?
is there really no chance now of turning this trial around?
You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest.
Unless...
Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little...
Runosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Yes! Okay, that is the worst translation. Why is it saying yes? It should really be something else. It has to be anything else. Just wait, or literally just wait, or hold, like the other games used to be hold it. That was perfect.
Yeah.
Why is it yes? That's my only thing I don't like about this game right now is the yes, because it makes so little sense. Wait, Your Excellency.
Runosuke.
I don't think you can rule in this case yet.
This amateurish is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes, you're right. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is a handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Runosuke.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny.
The court scrutiny.
Court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. If this was a
Or
Nintendo
your
DS, you could. Oh yeah, or that, yeah. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What?
Nanny?
Nanny? Yeah. That was almost certainly what it was originally, yeah. But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Osunaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Da, da,
Yes.
da!
Yes.
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. That got Lady Brett upset as well.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
She may
You've
not.
done a murder!
Yeah.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Runosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest,
I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Turn this door around.
Indeed, yeah.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
But if we had evidence... evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it?
I would, yes.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
How? She's already entirely pale white. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. It would be the crime scene photograph, surely, right? 'Cause that's the only place we see it clearly. We don't see it clearly here. Let's present it.
Yes!
Yes! That should be... Take that! It should be. What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable.
Oh, this guy. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore.
What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Bam!
Yes!
Yes.
The beef...
The beef steak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Ah!
Your Excellency, are you all right?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival.
Ah.
This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah! Runosuke, you genius.
Yeah!
You're spot on.
Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know that it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim.
thanks.
Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... is he already dead when it happened, maybe?
Did that happen when they tried to place him? Like they were moving him to be in the position of the meal to indicate that he was the one eating? So they just
Maybe,
slumped him
yeah.
over there and his hand landed on the emblem? And that was
I would-
burning for a while and...
Looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. There was no mild burn, that's for sure. This was no mild burn.
Can you be more specific, Inspector?
Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds.
It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. Yeah, he was already dead when it happened.
I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! Look at that point!
Yes!
Yeah. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it.
That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if a professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. The rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
I almost don't believe it. RuneScape, do you think?
Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at the conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. He hadn't noticed. He was just sleeping. He was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. It's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! No, the Sparta. Order! Order! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Do you reckon she poisoned the water?
See, maybe. And that's why she took the glass? So they couldn't trace it?
Yeah.
Like, she swapped the glass, right? She poisoned one glass, gave it to him. He drank it, died from poison. And then she took that glass back and put her glass in front of his. So that...
Yeah.
And then she took the glass so that wouldn't be traced. I wonder how long they had the dinner, though.
Yeah.
Very fast-acting poison. Maybe he didn't feel it because of anesthesia? No, I don't know. No, I don't know.
Oh.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? So I gotta say, I missed the judge from Phoenix Wright because he was so stupid and funny. Honestly, he was the best. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett? You speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of yahahas right now because we got a lot of gift subs. So get ready for some yaha while all of this is going on. Thank you very much, SFX Shinga. That's very kind. I will read out that stuff after the stream, probably. Or when we're done, anyway. Because let's get into this. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. Bullshit, lady. There's a lot of problems with your language. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Wow, you are the epitome of true... the epitome. The epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honoured by this. This lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. In that case, Miss Brett, I want to ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So, we are finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Runosuke.
Indeed. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh, she's a bad guy. She's this in Japan.
In the, medical faculty.
Exactly.
So all of the stuff.
Exactly. She poisoned it, and then she knows enough about the justice system that they don't do autopsies. Remember that was mentioned very early in the case. That here in Japan, they don't do autopsies, so they can't check, internal organs and whatever, so they can't see if there's then, poison in the system or anything, because they just do post-mortem investigation. So that's why she felt safe that she could poison him, because that wouldn't be found.
Pretend it was a gunshot.
Yeah, because she needed someone else to find a gun, and bam. All right. The most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Yeah, you just insulted every person in Japan, but no big deal. Not at
all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Ho ho ho! I do like her as a villain, though. She's truly horrible. Thanks? Well, was that a prayer then? Do you remember that he does speak English? And so does Kazuma, actually.
Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with some cross-examination
now.
Cross-examination. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much.
You can tell from my very fearsome look. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination of this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Here we go. The victim's death. All right, let's get pressing.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly in those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! My fly! No! Haha, what fun. You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself through this game.
How can she see? We're standing behind a barrister. Is that what it's called? No, banister. Banister? A block of wood. We're standing behind a block of wood. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
He is... Oh my god.
Yes!
Yes! Well, I can't. This is exactly why it can't be yes. It is the worst thing. It's the only problem in this game so far. Anyway...
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Inspector Waiter.
Yeah, Inspector Waiter, sir.
Exactly as you say, sir. Also, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you.
I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the others in court, it means bless you.
Well done, Ouchie. Well done. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway...
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate, as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
And yet the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
See, the thing is, at the moment we don't have evidence. We only have absence of evidence. Like...
Because she nicked the glass.
Yeah, I think so. Because even if they don't do autopsies, they could test the glass for traces of poison.
Yeah.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Ah! This is the one I think we need to eventually present on if we can get something.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police forces have thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation.
There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark? If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honour, I... Ouchie! Will cut down anyone who dares cast such aspersions.
In the subtitles, this really says T dash asterisk laughs asterisk space ouchie. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace.
We need some evidence to back us up here.
Yes, evidence.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. What's that? He's got a thing going on.
Got a thinky thought.
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand.
A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Jeez. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Archie's finally starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that.
Still, there's something about what Ms. Brett just said. There's a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, Runescape?
We didn't get a new thing to press. We're gonna have to have something from our existing evidence. I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma,
What, Runescape?
there is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe.
All right, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
If you think so, but...
But this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of blah blah blah. This country, blah blah blah. Quite right, blah blah blah.
Wait.
Wait, okay, that was the thing. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought.
Sorry? Pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Runescape. It's all to do with the witness marker.
What marker?
At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Oh.
I see.
But by moving the marker left and right with cursors, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around.
Alright then. So first I should move the marker across with the left and right, and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A, and see what's on his mind. Here
This
we
is how
go.
they teach it in law school.
Yep. Exactly, which means that even...
Wait.
Oh, move! Move! Move around. Why is it not moving? Oh, there we go. It moved. Pursue! Excuse me! Wow!
Excuse me, good sir.
What's the meaning of this? That's a lot of excuse me's. Excuse me! Of all the things to say, excuse me. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts deeply.
It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say?
If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yes! Not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes?
do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless.
What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
But then he's dying also. A
Yeah, I
crime
stole
scene
the
thief?
poison.
Yeah. Oh,
Well,
shit!
it looks like the lady's remark touched a nerve there.
That's why he's coughing!
Has he been poisoning himself all this
No!
time?
He probably took the poisoned glass or something, and that got him poisoned. Because he took it from the crime scene.
Yeah.
So he like touched it or something, and that's what got him poisoned. Although I do remember him saying early on that it was nothing out of the ordinary or something. But maybe it's still recent. Maybe it still happened. That's why he's coughing. Because he came into contact with the poison or something. I think.
Take this, for example.
Is that?
It's the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says.
Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it.
One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Yeah, here we go.
Do we all have to drink it?
Ideally, no. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Ahem.
Alright, I want to take a look in our evidence at this bottle and do some examination. What do we... Can we...
Tip it out.
Can I spin it? I can spin it, okay. It's just tricky to spin it the way I want it to. I want to look inside. Okay, well that didn't work.
Oh?
Let's look at the label anyway. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma?
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking.
Then go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know. Okay, there's got to be something else here. Like the liquid. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had.
It looks like there's a little left inside the bottle, although it's just plain water now.
You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
Oh. No, Runescape, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Runescape, in more ways than one.
I wonder, could there be anything in this water?
What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden.
I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. I wonder if that is enough. Because I think that's all we've got. Label and water itself, so... So, we will then go to... Unless you have any other way... Bam, here we go.
Yes!
Always a good sign when the music stops, but you're never quite sure. That used to be the case in the early Phoenix games. When the music stopped when you presented, you know, aha, you were onto something. And when the music continued playing, you were like, ah, damn, that wasn't the one.
Oh, no.
But afterwards, they figured out that people were thinking like that, so they changed that up a few times. Sometimes they stopped it when you were wrong, and sometimes they let it keep playing when you were right. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Kazuma! Masogi! Jazelle Brett! It was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only have just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire?
Of course, I would never forget the Anglo-Japanese negotiation of treaty and friendship and navigation. Who could ever forget such a thing?
Have you even the vaguest inkling of what your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Gah.
Grr. Okay.
If I may.
I will silence forever. You forever. Oh!
Shut
Oh!
up!
Oh!
It is you who should be silent.
Of course.
Wow, I love that shut up. That was written in such a fancy text too. Shut
Fancy.
up!
Shut up. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not?
Of course.
You did?
Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And? What did you find, Inspector?
I order tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time.
They didn't find it because she put the poison in the glass.
And
Which is why she stole the glass. We need to test the glass.
We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecutor have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
I'm done for.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point?
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Runosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Oh no. Please, wait.
Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
It's not Deus Ex Machina. It's Phoenix Wright. This is what happened. No, not to be continued. What?
It continues.
We're already 4 hours in. I really wanted to end this case today. Oh man. I wonder how long it's been. So the first one was 2.5. This was 1.5. Man, how long is this gonna be? Because if we want to go, I'm gonna go until we continue. Do you have anything you need to do? I have a raid in an hour, so I have to go to.
I mean, I should probably head off and have some food.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Oh, I really want to finish it, but okay, fine. At least we're doing it on Friday, so we're not super far away.
Oh, Enigmatic says G streamed this for 7 hours and still hasn't finished the case.
Oh my god! All right then we're definitely calling this. Oh
Yeah.
man. We'll continue on. We'll continue on Friday. We'll at least finish episode 1 then. I hope. Because if it's anything like the other games, the first cases have no investigation. It's always just a trial in the first case. Well, technically, in the third game, they flip that around and make that the fourth case. But either way, well, sort of. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So I think if this is gonna be the short one, man, the rest of the game is gonna be super long. Where you're at right now is where she got to in 6 hours. Okay, so we were a little bit faster than her anyway then.
Oh,
But yeah, okay. So there's probably I would say probably 2 hours left or something, roughly. Maybe 2 or 3 hours left. Okay, we'll do that on Friday. Please don't miss it. I want to keep going, but we've already been at this for over 4 hours. It's man. So what do you think so far, Briony? How's is the game fun? Is the parsec thing fun? Is it fun alternating voices? Is it?
I don't
is it
think
good?
there was any problems with parsec on my end. I think I need
Yeah.
to find a better place to put my webcam because
I put myself in the top
kept on
left
having
and
to jump it all over the place for
Oh,
different
yeah.
things.
I played with them top left, and that seemed fine. I even hid the mouse cursor there for a bit until I swapped the controller.
Yeah,
That
I was
seemed alright.
using top left for a while to hide because I've got the parsec symbol in the top left. So I thought,
Oh,
just
yeah. Fair enough.
slap bang in the middle of the screen. Yeah, I'll just be there.
Yeah, that's cool. I really enjoyed it. I hope parsec worked well. And people in Briony's chat, the sound wasn't messy or weird or anything. It was all good.
No one said anything about the
Good.
sound
Good,
being
good.
glitchy or anything. So fingers crossed they weren't just being polite. and it was
Yeah, exactly. Well, excellent. I'm really excited for Friday. I had a lot of fun, and it's funny how we had a rough plan of who to voice, but then that sort of went all around because we were getting so many different characters, and eventually, okay, now I had to do some because you were doing all of them. So yeah, but it's great. We'll just keep basically rolling with it. We can always just swap
Yeah.
if we want to change eventually, but yeah, that was really fun. Okay, cool. That is true that some items pop up in the top left. Ding ding ding, there's an item that popped there that we are kind of blocking. But I don't think it's a huge deal. I'll try to pay attention, particularly if there's something big. At least for the most part, it
Sometimes
doesn't.
go on the right and sometimes on the left.
Exactly.
So I was
What the
I
hell?
don't know.
I guess middle left on the screen could kind of
yeah,
work.
halfway down middle left might be
Yeah.
the best place.
Yeah. We'll see about that for Friday, which I am super excited to do. So everyone,
Nice.
catch us again on Friday, which is going to be the new regular slot for Great Days at Tourney Adventures, which should be really fun. Okay. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a fantastic time. Hope you had a good one as well, Briony. I really enjoyed it.
I did. Thank you.
Cool,
It's
cool, cool,
been
cool.
good.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Yeah. Right. Have some good food. I'm going to have some food as well. And then I'll see you around maybe later tonight or tomorrow or something for some Final Fantasy.
I will be Final Fantasying tonight
Excellent.
as well.
Excellent.
Probably like a dirty MMO player that I am now.
Yes. Yes. Great success. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good time. And bye, everyone on Briony's chat. And bye, Briony. Bye, 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 bye.
Bye-bye.
Bam. Yep, that's it. More of this on Friday. Tomorrow, Final Fantasy 4. I may possibly change that to Final Fantasy 14, depending on if I'm doing it with a bunch of other people. But probably, am I a little bit, should I be a little bit like this, actually? A little bit more in the middle. Yeah. I may change that to Final Fantasy 14 if I'm doing it with other people. If it's just got to be me solo, I'll be playing Final Fantasy 4, because I do want to continue that. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow, and then more of this on Friday. Bye. And super shout outs to SFX Shingo for the gift subs. Super kind. First of all, thank you for subscribing for 11 months in a row. Congratulations, Acid Raid 1, Ace Firing Trap, Static Pulsed, Darth Falconator, RD Krios, The Eyes of Sin, Pinoy Bear, Watchdog 11, Just Cross, and Carrot the Wizard. Cheers and have a good time. That's true, Omni. We are split. a bunch of them are on the light data center, and a bunch of us are on the chaos data center. It's really dumb, actually. Like, a bunch of people are there, and a bunch of us on one side. It's not great. Anyway, see you, bye-bye.